I'm going to be trying doing networking for FortressCraft. So let's start with first principles. I haven't got latest on the code base. Let's see what Cleedron has done. So I have a lovely young man helping me. Actually, it's a young man. Might be an old woman for all I know. But in my mind, everyone is a lovely young man or a lovely young woman until they prove otherwise. I'm just getting latest. While we start that off, I will be doing a 3D print during the course of this stream. Let's aim the camera a little bit better. Yes, so things that we've got that have updated. We have had some new things from Andy. My first pickaxe and some gnomes. I've had very little from Cleedron. A little bit. There's something, it's like magical about 3D printing. This is just the skirt, so this doesn't matter. This is the purge. This is where it just clears up any crap. I've just got the orange I had from last time, but we'll see. No guarantee this print's going to take. I've not tried this model in a very long time. Some models print very nicely. Some models print very badly. Sometimes it's the model. Sometimes it just needs clean, slight recalibration. But we'll leave this go over the course of the stream. And we will see how it goes. Yeah, see, there's some sharp angles. I've learned some things that work in 3D printing over the years. You know, I'm not really sure what it's doing. Oh, is it the first layer? Ah, yes, the first layer, and then it builds up. Those are some sharp little bits, but it does seem to be doing it. Nothing's once it's on the first layer, it's fine. As a rule of thumb, if that first layer is good, the rest of your print sits on top of it. What do we need a guide for? No, almost entirely not. Is this stuff moved out of the guide? I don't know what that is. So what I'm going to be doing today is fairly technical. If you're just here for the pretty walk around and looking at stuff, that is not today's stream. Now, next week, perhaps. Hopefully the week after we'll be doing testing. But today will be a large part me looking at one of my other projects called Sneaky Spaceships. Not yet released. And it will be pulling across networking code from there. So I have written all this before. It needs to be written again. So I guess we should begin. Hi Oliver, how are you doing, sir? Still on half term? Are you skiving? Watching in the background? I'll tell you what. I genuinely, I don't think I could have worked from home like as a child, like as your age. I don't think I could have focused. There was no internet, so you know the internet's full of wonderfully distracting things. And I think I would have struggled. Well, I hope you and your family are doing okay. I'm using my cup, by the way. I use it every single day. So I have a fantastic Nez cup from Oliver. Thank you very much for my presents. Best presents are the ones that you use every day. Best presents are the ones where you... I've got my other one right there too. So in a minute I need to do the I think I just have to ignore the print. I have to ignore it and just check on it every 10 minutes or so. So, reload. So where do we start servers up? So this is the thing. I've no clue about this code. I haven't looked at this code in a decade. Does it make it more fun? Oh, okay, I'm glad. I would have thought after a while it would have got quite boring. Good morning, Smurfs OP or Smurfsop. It's going, well, I don't know yet. Hopefully it's going all right. I think in your case, Malcolm, you should be doing more spelling. But I'm here to be harassed. Oh, then. I was like, what's that noise? But it's in the music. Okay. Schlepping. Schlepping is... Oh, spelling. It's going to be networking. New player join, remove net player, get net player, change player privileges. Oh, it's all gone down here in the chat. Okay, so where do we... There's a function called enter world. Main menu. Do a callback of load world. That makes us a host. Create. Let me run it. One moment. Let me run it a sec. Now, in theory, the pad should work. Plus, Cleature still needs to tell me how to fix that. Nice. But that's not going to help. Let's run Steam. So far, so good. I do. Well, I've got a pad, and it changes colour. So I wanted an Xbox One. This is an Xbox One X pad. Oh my god, is that the... Wait, what? Slytherin sale? Weird. Yeah, I just needed... I was distracted. So I've got a mouse map that lights up. Yeah, I know. Mouse map that lights up. I'm going pure pro gamer here with the lighting up. But this is the thing. So the pad lights up, and it does look nice. I mean, it is very nice. But why would you not have it so the inside of the buttons lights up? So at night, if I am a person who hasn't played on this console a lot, I can look down and see the buttons. And I never understood that. Like, having the circle light up is pointless. But having the inside of the button light up is a great idea. But, and I'm not going to show you on the stream, this is a really, really, really good controller. So, the stick, the trigger moves that far, right? Or, I can click that there. Now the trigger only moves this far. So if you're playing a game where you want to pull the triggers quickly, or I can go out 1 notch, or out 2 notches. And it has bindable inner buttons. This is a Series X compatible controller. It's not an official one. I'm trying to buy a Series X. I just haven't managed to buy one yet. Like, I keep trying to buy one, and I can't. It's been 2 months now, and I failed to buy one. Alright, start isn't working, so that's not a great start, is it? Oh, in fact, the pad's not working at all. Oh. Let's get the Trello up. Press escape on a So I forgot how this worked. Anyone can join your game at any point. Completely forgot that. So by default, I'm always running a server. Which is probably okay. Oh, second layer going down. Fingers crossed. Create world settings menu. The default option, I've got the dates on this one. Now I have a difficult decision to make. Right now, by default, your friends can join and edit your world, and guests cannot. Should I do it so that remains as it was in FortressCraft? Or should I do it so that guests can't? Because the idea is that guests can join and they can look around your world and vote for it at all points. So I guess that's all right. I mean, I'm pretty confident on the hacking because it's server side. So if someone hacks the client, the server will just go, nah, not doing it. Oh, wait, hold on. Did I just not pay any attention at all? Is that only under Create World? Oh man, I've got one of those people. So, you know when someone's a bad person? When their Twitter handle is first name lots of numbers. Ah, there we go. So it does default. That's fine. That default. So if I say blocked, that's okay. So block means we won't start the server. So start game is callback start game. Right. Stop video clear. So we'll probably want to create a server regardless under all circumstances. But we don't advertise it, and we obviously get to decide who joins and who doesn't. I'm just trying to work out the best place to do this, you say. Probably not in the main menu. But endgame 1, start game. Set working enabled true. There we go. Found it. Network manager. Okay, now there's no chance I'm not going to want this to be a partial class. So a partial class lets me split it over 2 functions. Now I need to remember how to do this. This is it's been so long since I've used Dev Studio. Now somewhere over here will be the networking. It's probably the platform actually, but what? Open containing folder? Oh, it's just in the game folder. Game. Add folder. Networking. Have fun, lover. Give love, my love to your family. Okay, so add new item. Class, yep. Steam networking. I would. This is still a public partial class of that. Or should it be? Perhaps I can simply... So we've got start server, void, stop server, void update server permissions. Let's call this Steam server.cs. And the network manager will own a Steam server, which is fine. Public Steam server. There are in Steam. I love the this concept of namespaces. It is obsessed with namespacing stuff. It's because it's in a folder, it's in a different namespace, and I love that because it's so easy to just get it out the namespace or put it in namespaces, and I'm not organizing it. I'm just shoving it into namespaces. Cool. So game 1, set networking enabled. So when do we actually start? Like, I've no idea how this works, it has to be said. Like, genuinely, I don't know how this works. I will soon. So we've got a function called update that apparently nothing calls. Ah, well, I ain't gonna find it, is it? Alright, that doesn't get called. We have update internal, which I assume is... Oh, that's not called either? Ah. Right, so we have a... Right, if threaded networking, guessing is disabled. Right, so networking is disabled, apparently. Welcome back. Networking. Okay, so we have. So all this is going to go. All of this doesn't apply anymore because this is all. So this is the. Okay, so if we're the host, this is all host code. Send server data. I like regions. QL system? Quick load. I don't know what that is. I don't see. This is the thing. I don't remember how this code works. It's been so long. I think the quick loader loads stuff off disk and transmits it to clients. So I think we just yank the whole thing off and just send the whole thing out the player. It's not that big. So, yeah. Is this sending the world to the client? I don't know. Right, this code was all up here. Now this is client and server stuff. To be fair, mostly I'm going to split off this function entirely. Update in a session will live over here. And this will be update void in a session, I think, maybe. And we'll call that instead. And then we mostly need to set the properties. Don't know what that is. That might be a valve thing. That might be a something we need to work on. Check for QL transmit. And we have receive data. That writes it into packet reader. I don't know, I wrote read data packet, okay. Wait. No. Right, then read data packet. So it's... I can't believe I wrote one function to do everything for the clients and the servers. This is terrible coding. So this will hopefully, in fact, most of this could just stay. I'm not going to keep the old Xbox 360 code. You know, there's very much no point. So probably can remain 99% the same. We just need to fill in the packet reader and the source. Okay, so oh man, yeah. We never did that. All the packet optimization. That was all done in FortressCraft, but not here. So yeah, we also got the invites. They'll all come. Okay, Steam server equals new Steam server. So we did have a paradigm. I'm not sure I necessarily agree with it after all these years, but it is the paradigm we used. So essentially, game one is the singleton for the game. And this was the way that I did it on PS2, or the way that it was done on PS2. This means that everything can get accessed back to game one. Everything goes back up to a single final point, and you can come down out there. Gumball Rally was written using a factory system, and it was an absolute nightmare. Because you had like thing, then entity, then object, then vehicle, then car, then Ferrari. So every time you did anything, you walked like 6 steps back up the hierarchy. It was so slow. So instead of walking up the hierarchy, you jump to the top one and then jump to this one. It's really fast. It's slightly clunky. It's not brilliantly elegant, but it is fast. And if you know me, you know that's quite frankly all that I care about. But yeah, most of this should still work. The difference is we'll build the packet and then we'll tell the Steam server to write it. Thus, if I do decide to go to the Xbox, it should be a minimal amount of code. Now, this is the bit that's confusing me. Set networking enabled. Oh, brilliant. Any comments? No. What does this actually do? Bad past Adam. Never have a negative variable name. I wish there was a way to fix that. So I have called this variable session disabled. It should be called session enabled. Or you end up writing the code all back to front. Search or create sessions. Say all this needs to go. All of that. That will all become the Steam networking. I don't see why it says search or create. I'm not sure why it says session. Oh, it just says session now true. Alright, cool. Welcome to me reading through. Alright, there you go. I do love Xbox Live because you've got Xbox Live Gold, but you used to have Xbox Live Silver. And Xbox Live Silver was you couldn't do anything. So you had no account, silver and gold. Oh, instead, for those of you, yeah, Dora, bless her. Is she being cute, adorable today? Is she being no, I can't even webcam. There we go. She's been particularly photogenic, as she always is. I'm being particularly terrible at clicking the mouse, as I always am. Ah. Control. Man, the controls, this is so awful. Like, I've got Control, Shift, Alt to sort of do various tasks, but you'd think you'd change the mouse cursor, wouldn't you? Thought that would have been obvious. I should get a 4K webcam. But she's just sleeping there. I should probably get a second webcam and stick it over. I do actually have I have got 3 webcams in here, but 2 of them are for the 3D print, which is coming along perfectly. Haven't got very far with this, but I'm learning the code. I'm learning how it works. I need to say essentially insert stuff in. Aha! Do we just call this? This is the bit I'm a bit confused about. We just seem to call this. We don't have a network session, right? Well, we will never have a network session, so that is that's not going to work ever, because we're never having that. That is a Microsoft thing. So public bool. So we want to. So in a session, yes, that means I say public bool network session active, either hosting or joining. Essentially, the networking subsystem is ups. We used to check network session not equal to null, but we can no longer do that. That's the worst thing. The worst thing about all of this is this all works on the LAN. This all works perfectly fine on a LAN. Oh, ship again has only got LAN code though. Requires Hamachi. Yeah. Hey Rubik's Sword. So again, this is probably going to change. I'm just mostly, can I get... Okay, so we'll have void create server and void begin search for sessions. So essentially, we do. So I'm basically going to remove a whole bunch of code. Steam server dot begin search for. Wait, if I make it publish, shouldn't I? Begin search for sessions. Wow, what? Oh my god. Seriously? Let's just stop drawing the network manager. I mean, it used to do that. Okay, so. Else we will. The idea is when I move on to the Xbox version of this, if we ever did one, I would try and write code like that. This will English. This would be easy to send off to something different. As it was never written with that in mind. Just fair, to be honest. And then that's it. All of this goes. It's still there. Guess I need to refer back to it, but it is now gone. This will get called repeatedly until success. Okay, so return false. I don't want to change the overlying logic. I don't want to completely refactor the game. I just want to essentially insert in code that works. Okay. Return true when there is session data ready for introspection. Return true when. Now I seem to recall I need to do something on the back end. I don't remember what. Let's have a look. As I've said before, these streams are not planned or scripted. This is just me working, and you're all invited along. That's fascinating. 48, 10% of daily game sessions on a controller. That's interesting, actually. Yeah, controller support. It's going all right. I'm digging around them in code I've not looked at in, oh my god, years. Dora is being particularly unexciting. She's just too far away. I'm looking at really old code. Like really old code that, you know, I wrote when I was much younger. Well, it says 90% of racing and skating games are using a controller. 40 to 50% of third-person games are on a controller. FPS 7 to 8%. RTS about 1%, which is really interesting, in fact. Now, there is something under Steamworks settings. Application, dedicated servers? Yas. This bit I need to get right. And I've had issues before. Because God's Mistake does work. So, product name. FortressCraft Chapter 1. Latest version. That. Out of date message. Oh no. Server browser name. So I think this one can be. Love it. They're not dedicated. That's a bit misleading. Yeah, but I mean, it's the thing, Malcolm, is everyone's like, oh, everyone plays on keyboard and mouse because it's better. But it's not true. Like, you know, those are hard facts from Valve. It's really interesting. I'm kind of surprised it's that high, but not shocked. So 40% of... that's pretty high. Really is a surprising number. 90% of the people play racing games on a controller of some sort. That's crazy. Like, it wasn't that many years ago that, I mean, on Race Driver Grid, we put huge support in for mouse, keyboard, made sure that keyboard was the way to do it. Right. So, if server created, return true. Calling code can now proceed. Okay, so if just I mean, Rocket League must be 99% controller, surely. Cool. Oh, incidentally, the ball bearing is done. I'm pretty impressed with that. Unfortunately, it's one colour. But yeah, that's cool. I'm really... Because someone goes, oh, you can just buy a skate bearing, and I'm like... This is not a skate bearing. So it did take a while to print. Now it's about an 11-hour print. Did it overnight. And the supports were tricksy. But I'm really pleased with that. You see, Malcolm, I'd agree. But at the same time, bollocks, can't they? Let's have a look. PC controller. Sort by... Loads of height. Is there one for a £5? Let's have a look under Xbox 360. 20 quid? I'm surprised. PC and video games. Oh, aluminium thumb grips. There you go. £5. I think. Oh, wait. Is that adopting Tigger design? Right, no, that's just a phone holder. Don't get wrong, there you go. Oh, no, that's... Good lord, I wouldn't want one of those if you paid me. Come on, where's the... There you go. There you go. £6. I've actually got a couple of those. They're awful. £6. No, I wouldn't buy it. That's not the point. The point is, you could. Wait, what? Oh, right, that's just the clamp. I was going to say. There you go. Hey, there you go. £9, 2 Xbox pads. Now, I've got some of those. I've got a lot of those because that shape there is very familiar. I have about 100 of these, and I don't really know how to describe them without swearing. They're the worst thing I've ever used. They are appallingly and mind-bogglingly bad. But, not the point. You can buy controllers for £4.50 each. I'm almost tempted to buy it. But yeah, I've got so many of these. And some of them, like are projecting, they didn't even last one go. But yeah, don't tell me you can't afford to buy a controller. If you can afford your internet and to buy games, you can splash out £4.50. But they have soft touch, easy grab buttons. In fact, I'm going to link this to Brett. Yeah, the thing is, I've seen people complaining about like FortressCraft Evolved's 4.3 support, or my 5.4 support. And I was like, I'm going to say this in the nicest way. Refund my game. Don't buy any games for 6 months. Buy a new fucking monitor. Genuinely, if you're at the point where you are struggling with every single game running or looking nicely because of your hardware, instead of buying new games, save up for some new hardware, and all your games will look better. I mean, I'm playing Red Dead, I said, on 3080 on an i9, and I can barely, honestly, I'm barely skipping medium quality at 60. It's surprisingly demanding. Really, really, really demanding. And I would love to be able to give it better hardware to look better. I genuinely would. Okay, so now we need to nab some code out of a different project entirely. And probably most of this. In fact, I might just copy nearly all of this in and then see how much breaks. Oh, how do I get to that folder? Like that. Because this code should... Oh, thank you. I've got food. This code should just work. In fact, I'm just going to go grab a drink to go with my food. So you can watch the 3D printer for a second. And I should be back. Hang on. Let's watch the proper one. Oh. This is what I mean about... is it... it's the other one. 2 and 9. I've got two webcams basically constantly transmitting different parts of my room. So you watch that. I'll be back in a moment with a drink. So I will just be eating my lunch briefly. As I said, not planned, not streamed, not edited. Just welcome to my world. Oh, I think that's peeling. Damn it. Yeah, very slightly. Might be alright. So essentially, when you 3D print, there are certain shapes to avoid and very sharp corners it doesn't like. So if Andy was to bevel that corner, it would probably print just fine. It's probably going to be way too hot to eat right now. So, did that compile? What? Cannot convert from... Oh, did I actually delete a 1 from the... Yes, Sam, exactly that. Relearning the FCC1 code and swapping the old Xbook networking for the Steam API networking. That's the goal. The chance of me achieving that in the next 4 hours are very small. This is a game 1. That requires a... Did I accidentally just delete a... Particle system accepts a game. Did I rename something? That's a look. This is why. So I haven't touched particle systems, so it's not that. I probably haven't touched particle system trail system either. Game 1, probably have touched. Oh, apparently not. What have I changed? So I have modified that. I'm confused. I have touched a whole bunch of code today and it's not showing up. Did I add game 1 networking today? I might have. And that's a public partial, which inherits from game 1. That last week. And then we've got all I've done is I've just moved these into a different folder. Wait, hold on. Yeah, that's brilliant. I don't understand. It's telling me that game 1, so this is expecting a game, something of type game, and this is of type, it's class game 1. Well, that would mean that I've accidentally, this is a partial class called game 1 of type game. Let me just make a small change to it, just so it will sharpen the list. There wasn't anything in here. Yeah, I've moved 2 files. Now I've just made that tinsy change, and no other changes, it's all the same. What have I done wrong? It's as if I have, well, it feels like what I've done is I've accidentally added or removed a 1. Yes, I could do a rebuild, I suppose. To be fair, I forget, this is an 11-year-old IDE. I think that takes a while, but that's fine. I shall have some food. And then I will strip into Network Manager and Network Player, which are from different, client scene transport, which are from different games, and make it work. While it is building current tense, it's frozen up. Also current tense, I suppose. What is interesting, in all my time, in all my years of development, we've only ever found 1 compiler bug. Just one. Just one. A genuine, honest to God compiler bug. If we change 1 line of code above, then the next line of code broke. Aha. Hang on. I do have an bug. This class is the wrong. Is that it? Because sometimes you get the issue that what's happened is it's... Yeah, basic XNA project.game is a namespace. I understand something's broken, but I haven't changed anything. The weird thing is, and like here, so exception game, graphics device manager accepts a game. Game is a see, this is where I'm going to wonder if it wasn't me and it was Cledron. Let's have a look. Wrong project. Because it could be that his stuff was broken and I didn't. Right. So he added a class called XGuide, which is nothing of note. One line of code. None of the others are going to be. How weird. Namespace. No, namespace back to an XNA project. Because I did odd. I did add this. And the other thing I added was a network manager because in namespace. No, I didn't. I moved network manager. But it's still in the namespace basic XNA project, and it is of partial class network manager. Network player. And I've added this. So in the networking namespace, I've added Steam server. And that's it. That's all I've done. I really haven't done anything else. Yeah, but it's telling me that it's because it has a bad. If I recompile now, 22 errors. It's pretty much the particle system. For some reason, it is expecting a game, and I'm passing it a game 1. But I'm not a game 1. I am called game 1, but I am inheriting from game. No, it's of type game, not. But I say if I I mean I can probably revert. I'll chat. It's inheriting from Microsoft XNA Framework.game. Right. And compare with broken copy. Game 1 is yeah. So yeah, so that's the only change. I mean, I will revert game 1 because the only. Yeah, so I do. Microsoft.xna framework.game is the code I need to run, and that's pumped by the XNA framework. I inherit from that, and I have my class is called game 1 in the function in the class game 1. Yeah. But it's saying basic XNA project.game is a namespace. Is that true? No, it's not. I've definitely never accidentally done basic XNA project.game. I've never accidentally declared that as a game, as a XNA project. All right, I will. But yeah, basic XNA project.game is a namespace, but it's used as a type. I'm just going to do one thing. FortressCraft game networking. Let me just move these two functions out into just the root of my E drive, for sake of argument. Don't think. No, it wasn't that. Okay. I mean, pretty much all I've done, apart from read a lot of code, pretty much all I've done is that and a very small amount of other code. I think this is going to be something like a missing bracket or something that is confusing the hell out of it. Oh, hello, Dora. If you can see her back in the motion rig and up to her sleeping spot. Basic expression is a namespace. Yeah, but No, the problem is then, what's happened is it's got confused about what something is. I mean, I can check. I mean, this is the thing. It's quite hard to break that. Compilers are pretty good, but I haven't done very much code. All I've done is I've just sort of started on the framework. Now, it could be from where I call that, which is here, because I commented out all this code. And let's just uncomment it for sake of argument, because the game doesn't need to work right now. No, it's not that. I haven't done much else, but I will just I will do if false end if, and that means I should be able to collapse. Oh, no, I can't, can I? Because it's nested. Well, I have to comment that out. Yeah, but I can't find anywhere I am defining basicxnaproject.game as a type, as a namespace. It is a type. I can't even go to it. So nowhere I can find am I defining it as a type. But I really haven't written very much code. Like, I really haven't. What I can do is I'll make a copy of Network Manager back to the Ruby, and I will revert that. I really haven't done much. Oh, can't even do that. Network Manager. So it's reverting back to the old one. Back to the same. Which is kind of what I expect, to be honest. The error pointed me to the namespace. Well, the error telling me there is a namespace called basicxnaproject.game, which is but that phrase only exists in 8 places in the code, none of which we've got. But basicxnaproject.game modes, game modes, game modes, game modes, game modes, networking, networking. Wait a moment. Is this a partial class? Yes, no. So this probably shouldn't be in the networking. Because I made that folder. So, as I was mentioning earlier, I made that folder, therefore immediately it assumes that's a namespace. No, damn it. And Steam server, network player. Not even .game. That would create a namespace, .game. Oh, okay. So I created a folder called networking. It has therefore assumed that basicxnaproject.game.networking is a namespace. That's what's happened. This is, yeah, there you go. I mentioned this earlier. It's bizarre. If you stick it in a folder, it assumes it's a different namespace. It's like, what? No, it's just in a folder. Just lets me organise it neatly. Well, that's 20 minutes of my life I won't get back. That really is peeling off the bed. Wait, unless that's actually how it does look, Yeah, might get Andy to have to tweak it slightly. We'll see, because I have printed one before, and you'll notice, hopefully, has the exact curve. But my webcam does seem to be a little bit greasy. Basically, the bottom of it is a 90-degree angle. Just focus on that, damn it. Whereas the top of it's curved. But this one's exactly the same. Essentially, it's too sharp an angle. It needs to be beveled. So the printer goes, instead of doing that, it has to go, but. Should get Andy to modify that. And then I might do the gem. Okay, so, wow. Welcome back, Oliver. So I'm going to add the server transport in, which, as I say, I'd be quite surprised if it compiled. Yes, using Unity engine. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff it won't. So this is the code that will... Now, I'll be honest. I will very rapidly stop being able to explain this to you. So this is the... Paul, if you send me if you send me a postcode, I can print one on the big printer. I'd like to print one this big, this way up. I'd also like to print them bigger, but this is a low poly TechAxe. I'm going to sell them. So I've just happened to be printing one, 3D printing one right now. In orange. It's quite nice. But yeah, I need to get Andy to essentially lock off there. That's, I don't know, what's that? Like 160-degree angle. It's just too much for the printer to do without lifting it off. So, here's the problem. I will rapidly not be able to describe to you what's going on because a lot of this is really, really, really complicated and weirdly difficult. So, what do I mean by that? I don't know what a lobby is. I have to create sessions and lobbies and all sorts of stuff, and I genuinely don't know what most of it means. There's no explanation anywhere for what a lobby is. It just doesn't exist. Now, it's like you'd join into a lobby and then take that lobby into the game. It's like, right, okay, but most games don't do it like that. You know, Rocket League does, but Warcraft doesn't. But all the naming terminology basically comes from Counter-Strike and Team Fortress. Thanks, Valve. Is it console dot something like that? I'm sure it was console dot. Console dot right line, there we go. Okay. Search and replace quick logger dot add log with console dot right line. Zen, without being too sarcastic, and I will be a little bit sarcastic, why don't you go and read it? You go and read it, and then you tell me what's a lobby. No, I don't think you understand. This all works. This code all works. I've used it. I've written several multiplayer games that aren't released. And if any of you can tell me what a lobby is. Right. Exactly, Malcolm. Exactly. Users stay in a lobby until there are enough players ready to launch the game. What are you talking about, Valve? Like, we aren't playing Counter-Strike. Yeah. So, okay, yeah, exactly. So now we have a session, and a lobby, and a game, and a chat room. It's for matchmaking. What are you talking about? What game in your head are you talking about here? Where you join a lobby and then... What are you talking about? What possible game is anything like what you've just described? Let's take Rocket League. In Rocket League, where's your lobby? What's a session? What's a game? What's a server? None of it makes sense. It's terminology that only works for, you know, Counter-Strike. Yes, I know, that's what I mean. You've now used the word presume. It doesn't make any sense at all. Because then they're like, right, so what's a server? So you've got a lobby. Right, so I would say, and I'm wrong, I would say in Rocket League, you sit there with your club. You know, you've got 3 people in your party. We have a party. That we then join a game. Do we then have 2 parties join one lobby and then go on to a session? What? Or is the lobby us 3 guys? So it doesn't make sense, and it's awful. The way they've described it is thoroughly awful. Right. Yes, I'm with you. Yes, okay. So when you join match players and join a lobby, once lobby is clear, you can then assign that lobby to the server. But I don't want a lobby. I have no desire for this whatsoever. Well, this is why I was being a little bit sarcastic to Zem. Like, go read it. Don't make any assumptions. Go read it, and then you'll be like, I don't really know. This code works, and I still don't really know. Yes, but what is a lobby? What is a session? What is a server? It's just nonsense. It's total nonsense. Have you seen it when you right click sometimes? You can invite to game or invite to lobby. And like, what? It's total ridiculous nonsense. And it's so poorly explained. And I noticed none of you can explain it to me. What is a lobby? Just define a lobby as simple as... what a lobby is. But your lobby lists settings of the world, the host and other connected players. That's a server. So what's a lobby? Is a lobby a server? So the host is typically the lobby owner or the game server. So does a game server have... Yeah, it's Valve terminology and they don't explain it. Yeah, okay, so in... so, Zumaro. So in this case, you think about Rocket League or Apex or any other game. So let's take Apex. So in Apex you have, let's say, 99 people playing the game. And there are 33 groups of 3 players. Is that one lobby or 33 lobbies? Do 33 groups of 3 players join one big lobby? I don't know. And I'm going to remind you, this code works. Nothing wrong with this code whatsoever. But I really struggle to understand it. I've worked my way through it. Yeah, a lobby is an entity that lives on servers that's like a chat room. it's just amazing. This is the problem with Valve. They don't like doing the boring stuff, and writing proper documentation is pretty damn boring. So, Oliver, in that case, is a single game of Apex Legends made up of like 30 lobbies? This thing, I've read it. It's not explained or defined in any useful way whatsoever. Which doesn't really surprise me, but it just boggles my mind. I'm sitting here trying to read it going, well, do I need to make a lobby? Do I not need to make a lobby? Do we all have to join a lobby and then goes onto the server? How does this work? But they don't give me, for instance, a handy flow thing. Like, do we always join a lobby, go onto a server? Can a server just be a lobby? Do I have to have a lobby? Do I have to have a server? What is a server? What is a lobby? Don't say to me, it's like a chat room. Right, okay. So Discord is a lobby? Yeah, handy flow thing. You know, flow, like some sort of chart. Okay, Steve. So, good. Explain it to me like I'm a child. So, the problem I've got is when I'm creating a server, do I create a server or do I create a lobby? Do I have to have a lobby? Is a server a lobby? When I connect to something, what am I connecting to? Do I associate servers with lobbies? Is a server per party? None of it makes any sense. So, wait, okay, so allow me to rephrase. If you read the documentation, you understand it. You don't. You'll learn. If I click here, what am I listing? Are they servers or lobbies? Does each server have one lobby? Can a server have multiple lobbies? Will there be a server for Linux? No, absolutely not. No. I'm not adding anything new into this game. I am releasing this game. But this is truly atrociously documented. It kind of makes sense if you glance over it. You're like, yeah, it seems to be alright. Yeah. And then you try and going in there going, oh, well, what do I... Left 4 Dead is a very bad example of the system because you get 4 people together and then you go and play around and then you come back out. Cool. But that doesn't apply to Rocket League, for sake of argument. Yeah, so how do I have a lobby that's not a server? How does a lobby? Do they mean a party? If they mean a party, call it a party. But then I've got let's assume that you're playing Left 4 Dead in versus mode, so it's 4 versus 4. Well, at that point, well, how does that work? Is that 2 lobbies or 1 lobby? I've done this networking code quite a lot, by the way. I've still failed to understand. It doesn't really define what a lobby is, either. It just says a lobby is like a chat room. And then you're like, right, so in Warcraft, let's look at Warcraft. Where's the lobby in Warcraft? I noticed that none of you are agreeing on what this is. That's the best bit. None of you are agreeing at all. Because you're like, ah, and that's what my point. It's very badly documented. It's just been sat down and written and never gone back to sort of be explained. Well, as I begin to make this code work, you'll begin to see. A connection of a group of players. Now, what I do know is if I'm in the same lobby with people, certain information gets shared between them. So I can't look up your Steam details unless you are in my lobby, for example. Unless you're my friend, in which case I can. No, I know what a lobby is. Sure, of course I do. The lobby is... But Doom doesn't have a lobby. Like, original Doom. But I'm trying to think of a game that does, apart from Diablo 2. But if you think about most games, it just doesn't apply. So Rocket League, where's the lobby in Rocket League? Does my party say, hello server, I'd like to play? It creates a lobby, invites 6 people into it, and then shoves it on a server? Ah, right, okay, cool. Not all games have lobbies. Do I have to have a lobby? I think the answer is yes, you do. And I spent quite some hours trying to get all these various bits to work. I don't think they are optional. That's my point. Because I create a lobby because I have to. So I create a lobby as a public lobby. The word lobby, by the way, begins to lose all meaning. So when we create a lobby, we then set it to be a joinable lobby. I set the owner, I set the lobby type. Then people join the lobby. Yeah, I know. The word it's weird. Once you've seen a word enough, it loses all meaning. And that's happened. This is just a word lobby. But then when I join the IP address of the server. I don't join a lobby by some sort of unique ID. Yeah, do you see what I mean, Steve? You're now into, I think that maybe we could try that. Let's see if this works. It's not great. It's really not. It's really poorly documented. It's okay. So if you read over it, you'll be like, yeah, sure, yeah, okay, yeah. Then actually try and go and write a bit of code that actually does it, and you will quickly... Yeah, here. Christ hell, this rapidly descended into a mess. My own comment. Bob Mr. Bean. Star, Rowan Atkinson. They're easily mistaken, aren't they? Looking current document. One thing, I'm just moving all the code across, and then later on I will make it work. Like, I find that works quite well. Get all the code across, start calling it, then see what breaks. This is the thing. I think you have to do the lobby code. Bye bye, Oliver. Thanks for dropping by. Yeah, I think you have to. But I don't know. And I've dealt with a lot of Steam documentation, by the way. It's all terrible. It's really awful. It's written by someone who knows he has to. But doesn't really want to, because that's how Valve are. No one really wants to write the documentation for the network code. But yeah, a lobby is something that lives on the server that's like a chat room. And I'm looking at it going, right, so Warcraft server is one lobby for everyone? What? Yeah, once the game is ready to launch, the users all join the server. What? Oh, the cat's there. Dora. She's there. Yes, I mean, Malcolm, you think that? I don't know. I really don't know. I have read this documentation many times. I have also, I have also got it to work. It does work. It's just badly written, badly documented, badly explained. It's thoroughly awful. Yeah, I understand. You're all using words, but in practice, you'll see. You'll see as this goes through. You will. You'll see. Yeah, I wouldn't call this documentation. I'd call this GDC presentation, followed by API reference. But as I said, this does work, so that's good. There is a small advantage. But yeah, Dora is up there. Aren't you, my love? Aren't you, baby? She doesn't sit at my desk anymore. She used to. She doesn't. How do I use the lobby? I don't know. Can't remember. It's been a few months since I've looked at this. I create a lobby because I think I have to. And I think that's what you join. So if I look at the client transport, well, we join the server. Join server. See, this is the thing. This is where it gets even more horrible. Because you don't join by IP address. You join a C Steam ID. Let me send a request join message to the server, not to the lobby. I'm not even sure we ever joined the lobby because, you know, see, it's commented out. I think the way I've done it is the server creates a lobby, but a lobby is a way of telling Valve, hey, there's a server here. So, yes, a lobby is that's the thing. You can't join a server. You can only join a lobby because you don't know the lobby exists. So those are lobbies. It is assuming, Left 4 Dead, once the server has started, it disappears because you can't join it. Wow. Really? No Left 4 Dead games? Wow. Really? Really? I think. Yes, the server doesn't exist full stop in this sense. But with a game like Valheim, I create a lobby and the lobby stays. The lobby is how you find out I exist. Wow, the busiest Valheim. So this is the thing, Valheim might probably the busiest one has got 6 people on it. Let me just oops. Yes, Jack, I believe that to be correct. Oh, 8 players. Holy moly, they're like one of the most popular and busiest Valheim servers out there. That's a lot of empty servers as well. Good grief. But yeah, I create a lobby, and then players don't join the lobby. I believe, and I'd have to remember the code, the clients go, hello, tell me who owns this lobby, and then you join the owner of the lobby. And if that's supposed to make sense. So in that case, I wouldn't call it a lobby. I would call that a server information blob or something. A lobby is just awful, and I hate it so much. Okay, I just added server browser. It's a lot of code to get working. You can join a lobby, yes, but you don't need to. Yeah, the Steam ID also covers the lobby ID, which is not the same as the server one. But a lobby is not a good name for it at all. Bugger. Essentially, a lobby is a way of finding out a bunch of information about a game, and can also hold players, but in my case, I don't hold the players from it. What I do is I just use it to hold the game information, because I would have to chuck it away. Okay, so... Okay, so this will be game 1. It doesn't, like, lobbies are, outside of round-based FPS games, and even then, I don't think it's quite a, I don't think it's a standard at all. I mean, I can't think of any game I've played in a long time that has a lobby. I don't know, let's have a look. Let's look at the games we've been streaming. Because GTA doesn't, Red Dead doesn't, Rocket League doesn't, none of the racing games do, Valheim doesn't, Project Winter does. Project Winter, yes, Malcolm. So Project Winter could be defined as having a lobby. A bunch of people get together, then they join a server, and then they come back, and people can add or leave. That's the only thing I can think of. But yeah, see, Steve, I'm not going to be associating players with a game pre-game. We just don't. Nearly none of these games. Any game that supports live joining. Well, Rocket League doesn't have a lobby. 3 of you get together, and then you. So a lobby, a server is not multiple lobbies. If you think about Rocket League, 3 of you, another 3 of you. Is that 2 lobbies? Is that 1 lobby? Yeah. And the game's then matchmaking me into lobbies, not into a server. Why? Doesn't really apply. It's a bit amusing, by the way. I don't have any constructors. Yes, but they're not using them. So think about Borderlands 2. Borderlands 2 sort of has a lobby. You sit in the Borderlands and people can join, and then you go into a game. And I quote from the documentation, once a game is ready to launch, all users join the game server and then leave the lobby. Once users have left the lobby, it is automatically destroyed. Well, that's not true, because then you couldn't join into the game. So you would need to be able to join a lobby. You can't join a game directly because there's no way of finding out it exists. So you would then need to have the lobby live. But almost no games I can think of would do it like that. Any game that's not round-based for a start, it doesn't make any sense. Wait, did I only put that in? Why do I do Network Manager? But notice we've just spent, or while I've been programming, you guys, we've just spent 3/4 of an hour trying to work out what the hell it even means. I guarantee you none of you understand how to use them. that's the problem. Okay, I actually don't tick these. Update game state. Well, no. Can you live join in any Valve game? Because if so, lobbies don't apply. Oh yes, I see. This is the thing. The problem is it applies to Half-Life and well, even with Half-Life supported dynamic join. You didn't get together and then do a match and then come back out. You could come in previously. It's as I said, it is atrociously written. and needs to be overhauled and made sense, because it doesn't. Okay, fine. Okay, update network. Orders? Oh, what's that? No. It's my back arrow. There it is. Okay, so honestly, I think I'm just going to do network manager dot update networking, but we're threaded, so this will tick non-threaded networking stuff. I need to hook up the new bits and bobs in there, like the server browser code. So the server browser code builds up the list of all the servers. Sorry, this is what I mean. No, it doesn't. It builds up a list of all the lobbies. I think. Let me have a look. Actually, what do we actually look for? We request begin internet search. Yeah, this is the thing. We don't ask for a list of lobbies. We ask for a list of internet servers. Oh man, there's so much code. I'm not going to get this done today. I'm not really planning to. My goal at the moment is just to get it so it's it compiles, and then I can it doesn't break Cledron working. The new one. Because there's two. An old one and a new one. Can't type. Yeah, so I'm not really sure. There's an old and a new one, and I'm using the new one. Do we actually use state timer? Yeah, we do. Yeah, but the simple one I can't use. Like, that's... Like, you don't get any of the... You don't get anything with it, really, I don't think. You don't get the routing, I think, is the important thing. That said, I've still had to forward ports, which, to my mind, negates the point of doing this. Now, we can't do this yet. This will be mgame.mnetworkingmanager. I possibly just join server. Unfortunately, that's Steam code. We can't have everything. Now, I haven't written that function yet. That's okay. You can... Server browser is a method. No, it isn't. Now it should be alright because there's just one port, 20715, unless I pick another one. Now what did I set as my value? That's very poorly written of me. Oh yeah, don't even get me started by it, because it's also got modder. Modder. That's how Steam tells it apart, is a function called setModder, because obviously Team Fortress was a mod on FortressCraft. Counter-Strike was a mod on FortressCraft. Yeah. But I was under the impression, and the reason I started using all this, is you didn't need to. The point was, it did all the route finding for you, and it just doesn't. Hence why I set it forward ports for Steam games. Oh man, I haven't started on this one yet. I'm still just going to get the server browser to compile. I think that's compiling now. Now we don't have a server browser. That will be in here. Actually, that should probably live inside. Yeah, so this might go, because this might become game server Steam transport. Oh no, this is, yeah, no, that makes sense, that makes sense, that makes sense. Oh, this does kind of cover both of them. But here I can do... This is a Barrett, this is, I'm going to comment. This is a bad name. This is for Steam networking, not just server. So now we have a public server browser, browser. How many errors are we down to? 23. Okay. That does not fill me with any confidence whatsoever. Steam game server networking. Is peer-to-peer packet available there? Why are you erroring? Okay. Do any errors above? I miss having errors appearing in the left-hand side here. 1, 2. Oh, invalid expression out. Huh? Now remember, I'm going back from C#7 to C#4 here. Is this a language thing? You don't allow definitions within the... Ah, no it isn't. It's coming about time. Oh, okay. Really? It's right there. I guess you're still not compiling it, are you? Okay, so we don't have a server thread yet. So I'm basically pulling across the network I've written for a different game. And this took me weeks. This is why when I say to you, it is not that straightforward. I mean it. It took me so long to get around all of the horror of the networking. And this was not my first game by a long shot. Now, hopefully this compiles. No, it was a mono behavior. I'm just going to add everything right now, and then later on point stuff back at it. So, like player connection, that can be actually a... Oh man, what's it called? It's not a vector 3, float 3? Oh. So that can possibly be pointed across. No, damn, man, seriously. No, you can't. It's, firstly, it's very badly written. Secondly, that's not a tutorial. That is not documentation. Like, I know, I've looked at Steam War extensively. No, just, that is not how anyone professionally does anything. Is, oh, I've written the whole thing, just have a look at it. What? I mean, yes, reading other people's code and learning from it is a thing, but it's particularly poorly written. But I think it's probably living in it's around somewhere in this code base. So I spent a lot of time getting to the point where I am now, where I can absolutely slag off Steam's code, style, documentation, because I've looked at it. So Space War has everything in it, and that's kind of the problem. It has everything in it. It's a bit like saying, oh, well, if you want to make your own car, just take an existing car and take it to bits. Well, it's gonna take a while. Like I've the only thing I can think of off the top of my head that is worse written than that is the documentation in Unity for dots/ECTS. Yeah, but that's the problem. You're not reinventing the wheel. You have the whole car. It's all in bits, and you're holding a little bit, going, "What's this for? Is this for the steering? or the gearbox, or the engine. But you do, yeah. I mean, in all seriousness, have you actually written and shipped anything on the Steam networking API? Like, once it works, it's fine. But once it works, I'm doing 99.9% of the work, and I still have to punch ports through. I'm also rapidly getting out of my depth here with what's converted, what's not. Back to the update function. But I am running the network stuff regardless. Update network, which does process update networking. Now, its thread isn't in here. Server and browser. No, hold on. We've got the Steam server, which I don't like the name of. I'll come back to that. Steam server. Oh. Okay. Oh, we don't actually call update on that. Let's. Well, it's not, because it takes me far longer to write this than I have. I've also used Lidgren, which by comparison is a dream. I've used Bolt, which was incredible. I've used Unet, which was quite frankly atrocious. Yeah, I absolutely, Steve. I've written it from scratch, and I have done in Eden. But I don't have a choice. I need to appear on that list there. Have to appear on that list. And you go through their networking for it. And at the end of the day, it all boils down to a whole bunch of setup, and then you just send packets. But instead of sending it to IP address, you send it to Steam ID. And then it's supposed to deal with it, and quite frankly, I don't feel it deals with it very well. I can't remember how I do this as well. But I have dealt with a lot of Valve documentation, and it's kind of all the same. It's all absolutely written by someone who doesn't want to, but he kind of feels he should. And once it's done, yeah, done, move on. The Unity documentation, by comparison, is, well, it's all over the place, really, but when it's good, it's fantastic. When it's bad, it's a complete nightmare. Holy moly, that's a big bumblebee. Just bopping up that window. I hope Dora doesn't see it. Okay. So, game one is updating... sorry, I got distracted. Game one... I'm not sure I should actually be doing that one. Update network calls update networking. That's cool. And then we also update Steam. Oh no, that's not networking, that's Steam. Yeah. Are you Googling, sorry Malcolm, are you Googling your PC crashing, or what the hell Valve were talking about? I mean, bear in mind how few games there are on this list. That's every single game there that uses Steam networking. And there are no Unfortunate Spaceman ones, for example. There's one capsule one, whatever the hell that is. What were you Googling? Now, there is a browser, but I can't remember who the hell owns it. Ah. So, server or client, does that actually exist in our... Because that's kind of... Does that exist in two things? Yeah. So, server or client. This was moved into Steam server. Can I comment out the whole thing? No, I can't. I can't if false the whole thing either. Oh, yes, I can. There we go. So that's fine. So that is now the old server or client code. Was not very well written, not very well named. Now exists in Steam server. Steam server is owned by Network Manager. Okay, so in fact that's what we're doing. So where's the browser? Cool. Basically, my first step here is just to enter the menu that says search the games. It try and search things. Well, I would. Only games that use Steam networking show up under the internet section on server list. Absolutely. If there are no... But you can... That means the servers aren't public? Because notice, FortressCraft Chapter 1 is there. It's there on the list. It's only there on that list because I filled in that dialogue box. Right? If you look on this list, a bunch of these are mine. That's mine, that's mine, that's mine, that's mine, this is mine. What was the other one? Like 6 of these are mine. I'm a little bit concerned that I've got 2 that are capitalised differently, but I'm not worried about that at the moment. That was one of my issues. I would say it has to. To appear on this list anywhere, you have to use the network. So this one, I don't... Because that will query an IP address and probably ask what the lobby is it's going. So it does use Steamworks and does use Steam networking. Like, to be in any way related to this at all, you need to be. Now, in theory, you can use the connect string to bypass a lot of this. Well, you might do, but I'd say you probably wouldn't. Right. Oh, right. Packet type. Yeah, that one. Is that just public? Oh dear. Well, I am naughty. The packet type. The parental picture? No. Really? Oh, wow. So this variable is declared later on, which means that because it's not compiling, it's not done that. Wow. I haven't realised how much better compilers have got over the last 10 years. You know, you don't really notice. And that's not compiling. Something's breaking before there. Okay, so when we've created a lobby, this is the point at which network was not called that, Steam server. Now, I'll be honest then, I've not had that much experience with Steam networking. Maybe a year's worth. I don't know all its in and outs. It's just awful, and I hate it. But I'm very happy my ball bearing. I might have mentioned this, and I know it is. I'm changing the subject. I have some color changing filament, and I'm tempted to print this in solid with a color changing filament. So the top of the balls are a different color to the bottom. So when I spin it, you would see the them change. Or dip it in black paint up to halfway. Or change the filament halfway through. I changed the subject, yes I do. What are you whining about? Okay, it was a flow manager, wasn't it? Okay, so, oh, okay, it was in... Okay, so, Steam server, create server is now allowed to return true. Oh man, how am I going to get at that? Okay, did I pass game one down? No. Does the... So we had a different way, or I had a different way of working back then, which was a singleton, which owned everything. I don't do that now. I have singletons as singletons, which is probably better, possibly worse. I know some people get very angry at singletons because they aren't games programmers. I mentioned earlier about using a factory-based game before, and it was horrendously slow. But like here, server browser has an instance, for instance. Yes. EA, you're not allowed to even use true and false. You have to define an enum that says, you know, is networked, is not networked, because it's readable. Enums are great. The good thing about enums is if you write it correctly, you can reorder the enum. And it's just works. and enums are self-documenting. Hence why you're not allowed to use true and false as a function parameter. Just trying to think how to organise this, and maybe I shouldn't worry too much. Who owns you? What we should do is the game server transport when it's created, and I have to be careful because this stuff is in functions like on enable and awake, which don't exist on here. Because, okay, so imagine I have a function. Okay, do critical thing. And so we've got void do critical thing, bool do safe thing, bool do dangerous thing, bool do lethal thing. Right, and I call do critical thing true, false, false. Is that safe or not? Hover mouse, see if it's very easy to make a mistake. Whereas if I do safe thing dot, if I then have an enum, safe thing dot I can't mess it up. It's not wrong though. It's self-documenting code. It's slightly slower, but forces you to write self-documenting code. It means that when you have a boolean in it, you can't just pass in true or false. Okay? You should never really call functions, you know, paint car, color. Yeah. Do tattoo, string L design, bool temporary. Nazi logo on head, true. What does the true do? I'm talking about you could add use true false, you're not allowed to use true false as parameters. So what they would do is you would have an enum of tattoo type, and you'd have e tattoo type dot temporary. Now don't tell me for one moment that one of those is not much more obvious and readable. And get it wrong as well. Modern IDEs are a lot better. So the concept of hovering over and getting a tooltip for what that means is pretty new. But self-documenting code, that's shit. Now imagine, right? Now imagine you've got cool unicorn. Fine. It's readable. Now you see you've got, my god, this is so, every time I paste something it's like 2-second pause. It's when you've got true, false, false, true, 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 false. You're like, oh. Yeah, but you're missing the point. You're suggesting I go, Now imagine you've got false, true, false, false, true, or whatever. And then you've got tattoo type temporary, e tattoo color dot glow in the dark, etc, etc, etc. But it is a slight pain in the arse to write it. I generally don't, but that is actually one of the EA coding standards, because when you're dealing with a team that have to ship a project in 9 months, and there are 2,000 of you on the project, that's how you write code. with a temporary Nazi glow-in-the-dark logo. But it is slightly awkward, but you're not allowed to pass bools as function parameters. And at the time, we were all like, all right, yeah, that makes sense, actually. Yeah. And no magic numbers. Definitely no magic numbers. You can't pass a 7 in. You pass an iterator in, or you can pass a... sorry, I've just actually write code now. I say it, but that's my point. It's a bad idea. That's my point. That's a terrible logo. As long as it's temporary, that's fine. If it's a permanent one, that's a bad mistake. I was trying to think of an example that is a bad mistake that you can make by having a Boolean wrong. We've been doing this a lot, basically using swastikas as an example of something bad. Did I not? Okay, so who has, if anyone... Seriously, I'm getting massive lockups. So we don't have one of these yet. It's probably when we start server. Not well. Not on Unity stuff. It doesn't anyway. Cool. No, look there. About 2-second lockup. Not doing anything of note. Plenty of memory. Okay, so when we start a server... Now, this one about defensive coding. Always default else. Now, I never, ever, ever, under any chances, expect this to go wrong. But I'm going to assume it has. Error. Re-entrant call to creating a server. One-liner if statements are almost entirely banned as well. Firstly, you don't... It's poor. Like, at a cursory peripheral glance, I can see that that is testing, that is actioning. If that's one line, at a glance, I'm not reading, I'm not actually looking at any of those code. If I'm here, my peripheral vision cannot tell me if that is an action. So this anything on this indent is always executed. Anything here is not in this case. Whereas this line of code down here like that always executes. So now I have a line of code, part of a line of code that in my peripheral vision I can't tell if it executes or not. That is slightly better because indent may execute, may not. The argument was, and I was there for the coding standard meetings at Criterion, nearly always you'll end up writing some more code in there. Because you will. Okay, so in theory, I have a lot of errors left to go. In theory, though, we could now start server. Ternary operators, my lord. Don't ever write ternary operators. I don't give a shit. You just saved 1.5 seconds. I don't care. You say 1.5 seconds not writing it out properly. Do not use ternary operators ever. There is no reason to use them other than poorly written code that took half a second longer to write, and it's fucking unreadable. I hate them. It's the fact that my brain is searching for if, else, things like that, and then you go colon, question mark. No. You will never find a ternary operator in any of my code. If I see someone else writing it, I will just rewrite it as an if then else. It's not faster. That's the thing. If it was faster, well, then I wouldn't. So FortressCraft was an Xbox Live Indie game. Xbox Live Indie games had to ship with an 8-minute free version. I would wipe your world after every 3 minutes. Every 24 minutes, every 3 runs, because otherwise people would play it forever. Forgot about that. Okay, so let's go back up to the top. Actually, let's go get a drink. I'm going to go get a drink. You should get a drink too. If you haven't got a drink, make sure you hydrate. Devtron, I don't understand. Although, I think I can answer your question. Oh, God, did I call it FortressCraft __ chapter 1? Damn. Oh, it's a colon. Anyway, wishlisting games makes baby Jesus happy. I like the way it let me add it to my wish list. Even though it was... it added it to my wish list. Even though I already own it. Good job, Steam. I am working on the anniversary edition of FortressCraft Chapter 1. So this is a re-release of the Xbox version with high resolution support, high draw distance support, custom avatar support, everything that was never released on the Xbox, all of the chapter content patch 11 stuff, and Steam networking. Huh? I'm good, thank you, Jay. I'm good. I'm very pleased with my 3D print. I'm going to keep showing this. I'm actually really happy with that. I'm sad though, in reality, that it's not as nice and orange as it is there. But I am. I feel though I should have printed it solid so it had more mass to it, because then it would spin better. What was that printed on? My printer. That printer. And as I mentioned earlier, it was printed on that printer, not this one. So I wonder if I can yeah, so if I bring up the camera for both printers, that it's probably a place I can stand to there you go. I have two printers, one on the other side of the room, and a third one in the garage. I am so glad I got into 3D printing. I have an FL Sun QQS, an FL Sun QQ5 and an FL Sun QQ Pro, and an ANET A8. I will also be buying a FL Sun Super Racer. They are releasing a linear bearing delta. Now my old... Oh my god. I'll come back. So my old ANET A8, probably, it was nice at 15mm a second. It was acceptable at 30mm a second. A bit crap at 60. This printer, the one I'm currently using, which I'd like to point out is 160 quid. It is nice at 60, pretty good at 90, and a bit wobbly at 120. The new one they're releasing is nice at 150, so triple the speed of this one, and a bit wobbly at 300. So I will be upgrading until it comes out. The drawbacks of Delta printers are you need a bigger CPU to run them. Yeah. And the build plate is not as big. There's your drawback. Advantages, it's like, my one's like triple the speed of an A8. The one I will be upgrading to will be 9 to 10 times the speed. I think the QQ5 was 160 quid. I think my A8 was 120 quid. And I think you can just about see Dora there. Yeah, just saw Dora. The difference is, this one comes in about 10 bits and takes about 10 minutes to put together. Put the auto leveling on, hit level, done. You're printing. Like that. The A8 took me 3 or 4 hours to build and a day to get it to print. These FL Sun ones are so good. For a complete 3D printer, yeah, the whole thing. So this one, I'll show you it. Why can't I see it? What am I looking at? This one here. I mean, it's a complete printer. It's as close as I've seen to a consumer-friendly printer. They're really, really good. No, you see, when I say processor-wise, I mean, so my A8 runs on like a 3 megahertz 8-bit CPU. That's not fast enough for a Delta. I don't mean like you need a not like you need a i7. No, I wouldn't. Having bought my A8 for about 120 quid, and I spent maybe 100 quid on upgrading it, I might as well have just bought a bigger one that didn't need any upgrading. So I do recommend, I genuinely recommend these FL Suns. I've even printed TP on it. The new one I'm getting is it's a 32-bit. It's like a 66 megahertz 32-bit. So it's the FL Sun Super Racer. Well, bearings. I mean, so I can't show you. I don't have enough. Okay. I'll show you why I can't show you. Because one of the things I designed and 3D printed was this cable holder. And that cable here, that is the webcam cable. But I've got this screen here. So this screen is how I monitor the prints. That's 3D printed. My Game Boy's here on a 3D printed stand. These are all 3D printed stands for controllers. I've got 3D printed turntable just there. These little brick heads on top of my monitor, for some reason it's turned off, but it's glow in the dark stands on top of my monitor that I designed and printed. So they are these. But like I find so many useful and wonderful things I can print with my 3D printer. Plus, and I have said this before, when I buy something, I just Google name of thing and then STL or Thingiverse and see what there is. So I bought the print's done. So I bought my steering wheel, which is a good steering wheel. But I 3D printed a pair of flappy paddles with collars with magnets on to make the action of the steering wheel much, much, much better. And surprisingly, if you've got something that's even slightly popular, there will be. There's a website that just do the backs for remotes. And I've got this, and here. So I mentioned before, knurling is something 3D prints are very good at. And I've got dice in there. Oops. Right on the floor. You probably can't see, but all the green bits on my motion platform are 3D printed cable holders. I had the same thing, Malcolm, which was, will I use it, and then I just use it all the time. I really do. So let's come back to this a moment. That doesn't seem to be valid code. I think this might be a C#4 versus 7 thing. So it's worth pointing out, JCraft, that if something is easily available, it's great. If you have to do it yourself, that can be a lot of time. Oh my god. So I think we're in C#4, it might be 5, and I think that's a C#7 thing. Oh wow, that's crazy. Hey, down to 5 errors. So the next step I want, my next goal, is to appear on this list. That means the lobby is working. So endgame, the M network manager. Right? Really? I disagree with you. Endgame dot anything? Oh, I spelled game without an M. mgame.networking.m. So I'm not doing this brilliantly, but it will be better. It means if we ever need to move to a different networking system, there'll be a lot less code to write. So that's what kicked this off. Server created equals true. Let's actually do this properly. Public void server created on server created. I don't have a choice. It has to come out in 6 weeks. I have a schedule. Let's see the schedule. Let's see what that's done to the graph. So this week, 26th of February, networking working. Next week, network test. Thank you for the follow. De Gouvier. De Gouvier? Next week after fixing, 19th DLC rewards. March 26th, Universe Avatar. April 2nd, Panic. April 9th, release. Okay, so that's fine. So all I need to do now is fix these compile errors. The only thing I don't like about enums is I wish... Oh my god, it's your second birthday in lockdown. Oh my word. So, I'll finish my sentence and I'll come back to your birthday. I wish that you could treat enums as ints without casting. Only complaint. So, yeah, I am going... So, I don't even think you were there for my 40th. I had a big party on my 40th and I was going to have a big one for my 45th. But I won't. So, I will be having a big birthday party. Hopefully, touch wood, hopefully in my own house. I'm waiting for a document regarding buying my house. Hopefully, in my own house, I will have a great big party. And you're all absolutely welcome. Oh, but there's a button marked, request a statement now. It's really annoying. They want a bank statement, and I don't have one. All I've got is a screenshot of my bank balance off my phone. Yes, Jay, possibly. It was good. It was a really good party. Lots and lots of VR, lots and lots of Lego, lots and lots of food. We bought so much food. So that's why we're having it next week. So next year. So essentially, if you're vaccinated, come along. But yeah, big party at my place. Go to the arcade. Play games. Celebrate being allowed to go outside. Hey, Azerial. But yeah, I did this my 40th. So if you consider yourself my friend, come along. And how's it going? It's going all right. Right, packet type isn't public. That's going to be the same. E-packet type. E-packet type dot num. As ever, when I do actually do proper invites for it, it'll be first come first served on sleeping places. I reckon my house could probably seat I reckon 50 people in my house. Now don't get me wrong, you have to be quite good friends with some of those people because you'll be sleeping close to them. Wow, yeah, I think I now know 7 people who've died from the virus. And I have a garden. But it's February 15th. I know some people who've died from COVID, yes. No, console. Alright. Well, I mean, part of it, I'm probably slightly older than you. I'm sure that's some of it. But and I know a lot of people. But yeah, you're quite welcome to tent in my garden. I wouldn't. You're much better. I doubt we'll have 50 people. At my previous party, Cal and Lena were like, "Oh, we're going to be a bit late, or we might come tomorrow." And I'm like, "If you want to come next week, that's fine. My house is really, really, really full." Now, how do I send packets to the server? I don't think it's as a packet. I think these are all server to client. Player updates. Server or card, that's my code. See, my code splits them into 2 types of messages, SEC and CTS. But I didn't do that back then. That's a new thing. Update remote players. I'm not gonna wow, that's not gonna happen yet. This will be in net. That's it. Net. What? For heaven's sake! It's in new Dev Studio. It's control comma. Now it's control slash. I keep typing crap into the code. I think it's in here. Update in a session. Send current data. Incoming data. I'm trying to work out where the code is that the server sends to the client. It's building allow. Build packets, what is this? If you get married, so I read that. It's if I get married to you, I'll be like, wait a second. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't go to my mate's wedding in, South Carolina, which made me sad. I mean, this is what I've said to people. It's a good advice for life. Always invite people. I have specifically invited people on the wrong side of the globe. Just saying, come. They're like, I can't, but I appreciate it. Like, that's fine. If it's client code, server code, I can't work it out. But always invite people as long as you don't mind them coming. And they might be like, you know what? So I went to my mate's barbecue in New York. We flew out on the Friday, drove up from New York to Schenectady, had a barbecue. I was so knackered. And we drove back down on the Sunday, flew back down. And so we left work on Friday, flew to New York, had a barbecue, and was back at work Monday morning. Okay, so that's so we build up a gameplay packet, and we send. No, you don't get jet lag at that point, Malcolm, because you don't adjust. I just kept weird hours while I was there. Well, now, unfortunately, I've got Muggins to look after. Hey, Muggins. She's asleep. Rob to fix. I would like to go to New York. Yeah, Malcolm, if you don't adjust your sleeping schedule, it's fine. Obviously, it's fine. The issue comes when your sleeping schedule one way is easy. Sleeping schedule the other way around is just awful. Yes, it's This is why I like streaming. I have genuinely hundreds of t-shirts, and I don't get to show them off anymore because of COVID. If I'm the server, it is a cool t-shirt. I do like it. I almost literally wear a different t-shirt every stream. I kind of just wear them from one end of my closet to the other. And I haven't bought new t-shirts in so long. I remember, Fee, if you're watching, if you want to send me a betting slot, I will wear a betting slot t-shirt every dev stream. This one's actually been quite quiet. We were getting 30 to 40 people last stream. So I'm hoping for more, I'll say next week. That we'll see how it goes. But when we do network testing. I'll be finishing at 5, as I have to, I'll use the, I say I have to go back to my day job at that point. I don't understand what this else is. I genuinely don't. Oh, I want to play SnowRunner. But I can't. I do want to, but I can't. I have so much on. This is really old code. That's the thing. I think this else. Is this a bug that just worked? Like, we haven't sent an initial packet to the server because we're a client. This code looks like it's for sending client data to the... But I think this is a bug. Looking at this, holy shit. So this looks like a genuine bug. So this code here says if a server, else send the initial packet. This code says if we've not sent the initial packet, else the client stuff. Jcraft, SnowRunner is absolutely awesome. We played Spin Tires, we played Mudrunner, and they kept our attention for 10 hours. Maybe 10 hours. SnowRunner is basically an MMO with MMO-style quests in cars. It's fantastic. SnowRunner. 4 days, 21 hours. And what have I managed? 20%? Maybe? It's so much better. There is no comparison. Spin Tires is a good physics experiment. Mudrunner is a good physics experiment. SnowRunner is an incredible game. Let me just check. $15 off. It really is a bug. So I'm really, really scared to fix this. Really? No, SnowRunner is amazing. It's a huge evolution on the previous ones. God, I wish Cleedron was here, by the way, so I could chat with him. So looking at it with the dots, it really, really, really appears to be that I am predicating code here on is server when I should be predicating it on sent initial packet. I don't seem to have changed this. I'll make sure if this isn't a recent issue. How did it go? Network manager. Shall look just on that one. I just want that one. I know it's there. Right. Unbelievable. If I go to... Is there a way to show properties? But it doesn't look like we've changed it. It would be quite a weird change. But genuinely, I think that should be flipping off that, and that should be flipping off that. Right. Where is he? Cleedron. Now, because they're both bools, I think I've got away with it. Because I think we send the initial packet anyway. And yeah, if it's not the initial packet, we don't then say if we're a server or not a server. So lines 3, I think line 3 and 6 needs to be swapped. I think. Anyway, I'm not going to worry about that in a minute because it did work. Okay. Build a client gameplay packet to send to the server. This is awful. This code just says send packets. Oh, yeah, okay. So some stuff might need to be reworked because this is pure peer-to-peer. So we might not be able to do that. Note, this is pure peer-to-peer. We might need to send all this to the server, who in turn sends it to all the clients. Forgot about that. But I am understanding the code again. Slowly, slowly, slowly. At Cleedron. Do we have a viewable in-game event log for clients? But yeah, I will have to go back. I say to my day job. Eden has I've got 2 games now with a really rather difficult schedule to ship, and both of them can't really be moved. I am using Microsoft Visual C Express 2010 because that's all I can use. Now I'm Steam integration. I think I'll probably just take that straight across. It's just a bunch of useful helper functions. So that should go into platform. We have network integration. What's that then? Okay, yeah, network integration, fine. But if I essentially, I'm going to keep programming until I see the list there, and that's it. That's done. Then a server exists, and I will probably come back to it during the week. Might stream, might not. We'll see. No, this is very specifically the cut down home version of that. Right, Steam Manager. I have 176 errors, so my point is, Jay, that what I'm using is extremely old and was fairly unusual even at the time, like fairly rare. Time to update this as well. So this has got... Alright, let's get Nomancer in. Public. Yeah, just... Hey, Zebra. Oh, that's the only small change I'll be making is if you own Nomancer, I'm going to let you place gnomes. That's about it. Now, who? Oh, bugger. Who is the app ID? Not server client, server, Steam server. I really don't like that name. Then we're probably going to get Steam server. It's not the Steam server. I should have called it FortressCraft Steam Networking or something. But yeah, I can't use a newer dev studio. This is the only one, as far as I know, that works with XML. I've not done that one yet. Game server, client, Steam transport. Oh. That's the wrong file as well. Client thread. Do you see what I mean about I can sort by size? I've written a couple of 100K of network integration code. The only reason, I know some people have been like, oh, why are you messing around doing this? Why are you messing around doing that? The only reason I can ship this is because I spent a bunch of time messing around, writing a few 100 kilobytes worth of network integration code. The packet type. Well, I'm just going to type it. It'll start working in a minute when it works out what it is. Thank you. Okay, 228 errors. It's getting worse. Okay, so this is Steam server. Time does not exist. Deep. So what I will do is I'll move towards using the more modern approach to sending the packets. But the important thing is the packet code itself is written. And the logic is written. I just need to route it differently. No, it was that much code to make it work. This is why when you guys are like, oh no, it's easy, look at the documentation, I'm like, I've been there. The reason I spent so much time. A dummy packet the server can ignore if it does not, if it does not wish to talk to the client. That reminds me. Got my tech axe. Now, I was curious how, but yeah, I printed it slightly smaller than the last one. And I need to get Andy to change it. So, what's Andy about? He's not about. So this was printed on 2 different printers about a year apart, and they both suffer from exactly the same issue. They peeled up on the corner. Not sure I can really show it. Maybe from above. Yeah. So Andy needs to fix the design. This is just something that's not 3D printable. The idea is, though, that we put a gem... I'll get the big one. So we put a gem through there, and that there's a hole, so you can shine a light up there to light up that. It should be quite cool. In fact, I might be able to show you. Can I show you? Can I? Yeah, just about to see it there. It's the light at the top. That's the theory. But I need Andy to tweak that. But quite pleased with that one. I said I would print Paul one. Stuff everywhere. Paul lives just up the road from me, so I suspect I'll see him at some point. Right. 278 errors. Oh, good. 2. Unlikely. Well, yeah, I mean, what I was going to do is I was going to have a UV LED up there and this bit done in glow in the dark. So, So this is glow-in-the-dark filament. I also have some red glow-in-the-dark filament I've not had an excuse to use. And under my desk, you can't really just about see the glow on me, I have a UV lamp. Because quite frankly, I'm a grown-up and I can do what I like. So you can probably just about see it glowing there. But yeah, it's a print-in-place face hugger. Which is such a nice print. So it prints like this. You don't put it together afterwards. It prints through all the joints. All like that. This is what I mean about you're like, oh, I'm not sure I 3D print. Do I loose the nozzle? I don't understand you, Zerial. If you're about to tell me that glow-in-the-dark filament wears away the brass nozzle, I will tell you not to listen to everything you read on the internet. I printed 4 or 5 kilos of glow-in-the-dark on my old printer. It's fine. A, it is fine. B, I mean, well, let's check. Let's go to Amazon. I will go 3D printing. 3D printing nozzle. They're all standard. Oh, look, I can buy 25 brass nozzles for 12 quid. Or I can buy 5 hardened steel nozzles for 10 quid. Yeah, I've read that too. It's bollocks. Or, as I said, buy slightly more expensive nozzles. They're so cheap. Like here, 52 nozzles for a tenner. Nope. I mean, I can show you, because I have... So I did replace my nozzle. I was having issues, and I'm like, I might as well. But... this is my old nozzle here, you know, and I will genuinely take a look at it, but I mean, it looks okay. I mean, you'll never see it. Yeah, I don't think that's true, you Zerial. Like, you're talking about wearing away with plastic a metal nozzle. But you might, I mean, given the price of them, think of it as a consumable. I mean, it is a consumable, but you're talking about wearing out the inside of it, so it's got, the hole gets slightly bigger. I mean, the actual upshot is you'll get slightly more flow. Okay, but so doesn't really matter. Like, you'd have to seriously have a big hole before making a difference. But, as I said, get a stainless steel nozzle. Perfectly fine. I don't actually know why not one. But as I said, this appears to be, someone said that it was abrasive, and everyone's gone, oh, it's abrasive. There's one guy who he cuts nozzles in half and looks at them under a microscope, and he kind of went, nah. Wait, who told Andy? I didn't message you. You're offline. Cool. So, Andy. Where is this? A different computer. Let me make my screen bigger so you can all see my face. Wait. So, Andy, This is a Tech Axe printed on my ANET A8 about a year ago. And this is a Tech Axe printed on my FL Sun Q5 today. Right? Now, I'll put... Can you see the... So they print this way up. So they're peeling off the bed in exactly the same way on two different printers. So it's because of the angle of that is too sharp. So if you bevel, you just bevel there, so it's a slight cut, and possibly here. So these 90-degree angles become 45-degree angles because it's just a little bit too sharp for the printer to deal with. Damn it, where has it gone? Is that under MISC? Yeah. 1701. Yeah, see, Azerial, the thing is, again, and I mean it's the nicest possible way, bollocks. Why do I think that's bollocks? Well, did I show you my minifig stand? And the bits, now let me show you the bits you can't see the minifig stand. That is quite a lot of kilos of white filament. And you know what? It's fine. I did not see any massive quality difference jumping from an old nozzle to a new nozzle. Oh, okay, that's... Yeah, okay. This is Geetech. This is 25 quid a kilo, or 15 in a sale. I usually buy a bunch when it's in sale. 8 quid a kilo? Fucking hell. That is some cheap-ass filament. So that problem you've got there, I don't know if it's titanium dioxide. That's more likely, though you are correct, that is the bleach they use. It's more likely it's got stuff that's not plastic in it. That is really... That's cheaper than I would use. I've tried cheap filament before, and it's quite often a... not sensible. But yeah, you can see the ball bearing now. I'm pleased with that. I like that a lot. Yeah. I think that's nothing to do with it being white. I think that's to do with the fact it's probably not got plastic in it. So I chatted with before I got my 3D printer, I chatted with a friend of mine who'd been doing this for years, and I said, you know, have 3D printers come along or improved? And he's like, a bit, but not that much. He goes, but what's really changed is the quality of the plastic. So he said he would just get bits of wood and things like that. Oh, bugger! Thank you, Zebra. Yeah. So I printed a that's a 50-inch television. That is quite some kilos of filament. And you can see Dora for scale. But yeah, that's the interesting thing. This is high quality. This is expensive filament. And notice those ones there are a different colour. But yeah, it's depending on what you're printing, it's probably a false economy. But yeah, I usually buy 25 quid a kilo filament on sale. Oh, Andy's done it already, he reckons. How's that for service? That filament probably won't work. Yeah, the funny thing is, Andy, it's really small. I have to print it at 1500%. Zipper, £30 a kilo. No, Andy, because that's the problem. If I if I look at the first layer, it's the first layer that will cause the issues. Once the first layer's not working, the rest of the layers won't work either. So again, just the first layer, because you do slightly bevel upwards. So what has the tree support? Wait, what? What's that? Oh my god, it's actual tree supports. Don't think we need those. No, rounded is fine. It's the sharp angles more than that angles of that much. It tends to screw up because the nozzle stops and then goes back over itself rather than going around. That's not too bad. Yeah, I've got rid of those supports. But yeah, it was suffering on the base. 90 degrees is usually okay. More than 90 degrees is nearly always not. All the rest is fine. It's just that that is a super sharp angle. That's looking good. That might still struggle a bit, but it's going to be better. But I'm not going to print it the same colour. That's not how I roll. Has anyone got any requests for colour? I have them all. Except white. White is on the other printer, and the other printer is way too noisy to run. Oh, that's the other thing you're mentioning about this printer. Could you guys hear the printer? Bet you couldn't. No, so this printer uses Repetier, and unfortunately, Repetier does not support the Bezier unwrapping. Bottle green. I've got sparkly pink. I've got neon green. I have a problem, is what I have. Got neon green. Got apple green. I've got nice aquamarine colour. Got glow in the dark. Got bright red, blue, yellow, colour changing, shiny purple. No, so the inside of this is that. The goal is you put a gem in there and then light the gem from underneath. Yeah, I have to say, I can try it with the apple green, but it's not a very nice filament. It really isn't. Like, it doesn't work very well. But I think I'm going to ignore all of you because I know better. And we're going to print it in gold. This gold is fantastic. And yes, I realise I'm putting off doing more coding. No, that's a different purple. This purple is a glow in the dark. That's a UV active purple. No, it does not smell like apples. Now this is the bit where I need to work out if it's a small or a large hole. Looks like a large one. So I'm using a 3D printed reel holder in colour changing filament, which was particularly awful. Now the only thing I will change is I know for a fact that this filament prints a bit better. Oh, it's at 190. Okay, that should be fine. Yes, I've also got this beautiful shiny purple, which is like doesn't look sharp. Yeah, Zerial, I've got those spool holders as well. They just don't work very well for this particular printer. But yeah, the shiny purple, again, you can't see, it's beautiful. Metallic resin is just so nice. No, God no. No, if I ran adhesives, I'd just get it. So my A8's got a print bite surface. This has a glass polymer bed. If you're having to use adhesives, just buy a proper bed. But yeah, this gold is lovely. Okay, this is okay. Again, I probably can't show it, but this is how it's printed. But let us see. And you might not get to see it finish, but we'll give it a whirl. Yeah, so this is a delta. I've got a core X, Y, and 2 deltas. What you can't see, this delta here. I'll see if I can show you. Right, so this delta, when I'm changing the filament, that's as high as I can reach. So I can't have it any lower, because if the delta comes down lower, Dora becomes a problem. So this delta is tall, very, very tall. And it's no faster, it's slightly slower than the other one, but oh my God, is it loud. But they're doing a new one. So they are doing a new one. I'm really excited about it. But it will be quiet. So it will be a modern, quiet printer with linear rails, not parallel arms. Very excited about that one. But yeah, I don't run adhesive because, God, what even? If you've got print bite, you don't need it. Print bite, so it's sticky when it's hot and not when it's things. Yeah, so but it doesn't really work. It's just, yes, there are options, but my A8, I have modded it to the gills. I've changed everything on it. These are stock. I've not changed anything because I don't need to. So, yeah. Oh, so your Zerial, this has an auto bed leveling system. So for 160 quid, 150mm a second, delta, not flying delta, built-in bed probe, glass polymer heated bed, supports ABS, supports TPU, supports PETG, supports PLA. It has a 27-point bed level thing. Oh yeah, I wouldn't do it. If I had to bugger about with that, I'd give up. That's kind of the reason, to a degree, I gave up a little bit on my Core XY, because it was a bit of a pain in the ass, to be quite frank. Because I did have a bed leveling, but it just wasn't that good. But yeah, this is just perfect. I've had the only issue I've had with it is I broke the thermistor cartridge. I don't really think I can blame them for that. Okay, now in this case, I mean, honestly, J-Craft, if you want the model, I'll send you the model. Yeah, so my A8 took me probably 3 or 4 days. 3 or 4 days to get it working. Oh, Delta started. Can you hear it? Because I can't. So it took me 3 or 4 days to get it working. This just worked first time. Bear in mind, I'm not even printing quickly. This is 60. No, this is 45 right now, I think. Yes, 45. This printer will do 150. It's terrifying. Now, that orange filament I was printing in is cheap. This filament is not cheap, so touch wood, Andy has fixed it. There's something mad when it's like that. That's perfect. Look at that. That is perfect. Laura is licking herself. Now, whether it stays perfect, we'll see. But look at that. How far 3D printing has come in such a short period of time. It's just amazing. I even after, crikey, how long have I been 3D printing for? I'll say 18 months or something like that. But even after all this time, watching it lay down that first perfect layer is still, when it is perfect, it's not always perfect. It's also the camera's slightly out of focus, which is annoying. I like watching the first layer. At that bit, it's like, yeah. So, Jay, I can print. So, I said, printers have kind of a nominal speed. This printer is 60 millimeters per second. My Core XY was about 30. The the Super Racer, which is the next one, will be 150. Combing. I may have been fitting this one recently. Oh. Please let this work. So far, looks good. But yeah, so this is the other thing. I don't have time to bugger about with these. So it's like my computer. My computer has to work. I'm not here to mess around making my computer better. I want to put it together, go. And I know some people, they treat the building of the printer as the hobby. For me, I want to print things with the printer. If I don't like the harness with the small hole set to not in skin. Oh, is that where it will just stripe? To be fair, I'm assuming the defaults are the sensible ones. I'm going to have a look because that is a little bit blurry. That is... God damn, that's perfect. We'll see if it holds. Thank you, sir. I haven't really fiddled with those. I've assumed a lot of things. Don't mess with them unless you need to. Bless Paul. Can I have it in purple? No, wait, aquamarine. Wait, gold! Anyway. Now as it comes to the hard part of not watching it. So I've got less than an hour left, at which point I need to stop. I think this code should just directly call back into the C1 code with the binary reader. This code doesn't really make any sense necessarily. Well, at the minute, I'm not trying to do the networking. I'm just trying to get the server to appear. I've also, Paul, I've got glow-in-the-dark. I can't say it. I've got glow-in-the-dark green. I've got glow-in-the-dark red. I've got glow-in-the-dark purple. I've got ones that change colour over the length of the reel. Now, I don't have any thermochromic. Now, if any of you can come up with even the vaguest justification for buying some colour-changing filament, I will. But I've never come up with a reason. 1.75, because you can get ones that change colour between orange and yellow, or green and yellow, or blue to white, or over 3 colours, or red to white. I'm like, I want it, but I can't think of a single thing to print. White to pink, white to purple, white to blue. I just can't think of a single use for it. Wait, what? Hold on. This changes colour when this changes colour when light hits it. Oh my goodness me. It's very hard to print. What is the point of this? Sorry, I'm just boggled at the concept of something that changes. When it hits UV, it changes colour. I might just stick that on one of my lists because, so this is what I've learned, by the way. Oopsie, wrong one. If you put stuff on a list and it goes on sale, I get a notification on my phone. And be amazed how much this stuff goes on to deep discounts. Why would the vase change colour? This is the thing. Yeah, you could do a mug for cold stuff, but it would never change. Oh man, that is it's a nice filament. I've printed this filament before. This is from 3D Warhorse. It is an excellent filament. Again, pass this through to C1 for parsing. Yes, but unfortunately, these change temperature at about 30 degrees C. I just can't think of a use for it. I could put it in like the exhaust of my 3D printer, for example, things. But yeah, colour, it's temperature changing stuff. I can't think of a good use for it. I really want it. When you print with it, it looks awesome. So what happens with the printing stuff is when you're printing, like right now, This plastic here is at about 70 degrees C. That is a beautiful first layer. Please adhere. And then you get stuff that changes colour over time, stuff that changes colour when UV hits it. I just can't think of a good reason for these. And oh my word, that's expensive. Yeah, glow-in-the-dark blue. You can also get stuff that looks like wood. I've got copper stuff. There's so much. And that's what finally made me cave in. When I realised that glow-in-the-dark printing plastic was the same price as, it's really cheap, like 15 quid. Now, don't get me wrong, the price of filament has shot up in the last year because COVID, but I was paying generally £15 a kilo. A kilo of glow-in-the-dark is a lot of glow-in-the-dark filament. Yeah, the thing is, yes, but then I'd have to make my computer out of a case I 3D print. But I've struggled. I really want some glow in the... Because I'm sure as a child, we all had those little cars that changed colour when they got hot. So I can get rid of all these functions. We're not doing these. These are game-specific calls. Yeah, read vehicle count, read vehicles, handle server stats. That will be more than a little bit tricky. But yeah, I'm very, very pleased about the 3D printer. I've been doing it for a year, 18 months or something, and I find it fascinating. I say stuff like this. So it's just a sink. This is 3D printed, and it's just a little. You put stuff in it, but it's just beautiful, absolutely wonderfully printed. And I've got a vise that I printed, so it's just a vise. I've got these ones. These are great. It's a clamp. Printed out loads of different colours, all glow in the dark, and it's really useful. So it's just a just twiddle that, and then it's and it clamps down on whatever. Like, these are great. They're a really good design because when it's clamped, you can also move. I show you so that when that's clamped, you can also move this around out of the way. It's a really good clamp, and I've seen people selling these on Wish. In metal, about 30 quid. They've taken that guy's design, printed it in metal, sold it for money. Okay, Andy, I think we're good. I think it's good. Andy. Love you. That's a really, really nice filament. Incoming interaction. So this code will still exist, but it will just funnel back and forwards. That sucks, JCraft. Is it not in the server browser? Steam server. $128 errors. Incoming player tick. again. What was that, sorry? Sometimes it just gives up. It goes, I'm not doing any more arguments. So a net... So let's think. So the Steam code understands network player. That is not... Oh, man. It's like here, we could actually have expressions on the avatars. Again, that's going to have to... This is bad code. I'm so... not happy about that. But we're making it work rather than anything else. I can't remember. I think $10, I think it was. $10. But I will be... hang on. This is the C1 clusterfuck of networking and graphics and simulation with a small amount of added data to work with Steam. $96 errors. Public client thread. Game 1, L game. I said I'm not going to change the paradigm. I don't agree with the paradigm. Yes, that would be cool, Paul, but I can't 3D print electric kettles. I could print a cover for an electric kettle. See, that'd be quite cool. The problem is it changes colour at about 33 degrees, and I just struggle. Oh man, that's perfect. In fact, it's so good, I question why I didn't make it bigger. Because I could have. Could have fitted it there, maybe even bigger than that. Dang it. I love the way their arranged model code doesn't work. It's like, nope, can't find a spot for it. Like, there you go. So the other printer is much bigger. So if I switch to that printer, you can see I can print it even bigger still. I love that. I can just switch between two printers. Now this one it understands, and you actually have a picture of it. But yeah, it's a surprising amount larger. Now I can print chain mail, like sheets of mail. So you can make a bath mat out of that. It's cool. You print sheets of chainmail. You don't print chainmail and then put it together like this. You print. Wait, what the hell? We'll come back to that one. You print the chainmail, plastic, as a single thing. So you print it like that. So you could put a bath mat out of that. Oh, that's a very clever idea. You print it like that. I might just print that for the lols, and then it turns into chain when you pull it off. That's cool. Another sheet of chainmail. I love that. Print in place chainmail, because you can print the chainmail and then just cable tie up the seams, or that looks very stabby. I can't believe she's done the whole dress with. But what is it? One thing files. Oh right, no, it's just a panel, so they're stitched together. Oh, they're very clever. Oh, they look cool. So they just sort of slot together. Colour changing chainmail shirt. I like it. Because the cool thing about printing chain, you can print it in space. You can recycle the plastic, which is awesome. And you can print replacements. And then I love the way people have immediately improved on it. Oh man, I might have to print a sheet of that. That looks, because I've got silver as well. So does it print in the... It's print in place. I will print this, by the way. In fact, I'll hit download. Not now. I have a lot of things to print. And code to write. Well, I don't mirror finish. No. I would sand it, prime it, and then use spray paint. The gold is pretty shiny. Yeah, see, Jacob, the problem about that, there's no point because, well, I mean, okay, I guess there's kind of a point if you're wearing them, but there's no point because it'll always be the same colour. That's why there's a whole bunch of things that I can think of I could print, but they'll always be the same colour. There is actually a 3D, but again, spectacle frames, I mean, they're not warm, they don't change colour. It's something that changes colour, and I'm like, I can't think of anything. Yeah, I've never seen that UV changing stuff before. I haven't had a think about that. That's new to me. So that'll be white if I am. Something just fell on the floor. I don't think it was Dora. Teaspoon. Yeah, you could do a teaspoon. So this stuff it begins to get soft at about 60 degrees C. But yeah, you could do a teaspoon. It's about the only thing I thought was sensible. Yeah, the thing is, with my computer, my entire case light system changes colour depending on what temperature my computer is. So although I like the idea, in practice, mine already does that. So I've got all, you can't show you, but all the lighting systems are based on the temperature of the CPU and GPU. Huh? Oh, wow! That's really cool. Go on, go back. Oh, where did it change back? 2 or 3 minutes. Wow, that's awesome. I can't think of a good reason I want it. Other than I really want that. But see, I add it to my let me just comment that out for the moment. That's gonna have to be next week. Yeah, so I mean, I've got a thermometer here. I mean, it doesn't really change much during the day. I mean, it's 27 degrees in here right now. It's a bit warm. It doesn't really change. The only thing I can think of is something that fits in the exhaust fan of my PC. But it's not brilliant. Yeah, it's year zero. You remember that we discussed how it was bollocks that glow in the dark wears away nozzles. In fact, literally, can you leave 3D prints outside? 3D prints in sun for a year. Come on, skip. The upshot is not really. Like, in reality, not really. There's a guy that he printed a whole bunch of bench sheets. He left one underwater. He buried one in the soil. He's done a whole bunch of things with them, and it's like, it pretty much doesn't do anything. Yes, it depends. It can get hot enough in a car to start deforming stuff. That's why you print in PETG, my friend. Or ABS. In the UK, yeah, not such a worry. I mean, the thing is, you say that. I don't think I've got a photo of it, but I've got 3D printed flappy paddles in my car, in my smart roaster. No issues, absolutely none. 3D printed on cheap PLA, but I haven't got a photo of it anywhere. I need to get some. I keep meaning to get a photo of it. Yeah, there's no way I can find it. So I actually have PLA in my car. Has been in there for at least 2 years. It's fine. But I don't know where you live. Where do you live? Ah, boy. In Poland? Wow. Yeah. I mean, it does depend what you print. Yes. I would... Oh, no. Do we not have a... Oh, good. We do have vector 2s. Yeah, PetG is really good. Though it's a pain in the ass to print. I'm sure you know that. £8 a kilo, yeah. If anything, the impurity should probably make it hold up better. But yeah, I wouldn't let it get above 60C. To be fair, 60C is hot. But 60C is about where it starts to get a bit... Yeah. It also depends what you print. I mean, this one is pretty solid. Whereas this is ever so thin. You can see it flaxing. That would probably get soft at 45 or 50. This you'd need to get 70. Huh. That's distance square. Equals vector2 dot distance squared. Calculate doesn't been two vector. No, I want the length of the vector. Yes. I ended up having to use brims. I really couldn't get it to stick, but you kind of want to start thinking about having an enclosure at that point. Oh my god, Zebra, that's the most amazing thing I've ever seen in my life. Steam train racing. Wow. Can you imagine the noise? Yes. It is called... Oh, bugger. Oh, don't tell me. I've done this. What you do is you pop it in the oven to about 70 degrees, and then you turn the oven off and you let it cool slowly. It's called... Oh, bugger. I've done it. It makes it more brittle, but less bendy. Bugger, what's it called? Curing 3D print in oven. What's it called? What's the proper name for it? No, it's not tempering. Annealing. Annealing is the correct term. It is where you are... I guess it's very similar to tempering in a similar way, but it's where you're aligning the crystals. It's not the crystals. Yeah, I've done it. It was very, very, very impressive. Are you telling me I genuinely don't measure the difference between any... What's the function? Vector 3 dots, vector 3 up, vector cross. Yes. I can do it myself, but I really don't want to. I've got distance. I mean, I can do a distance between that. Am I actually going to have to Google XNA length of vector? Good luck. Vector 3 dot length. Yeah. It's just not there. Or LVTT, oopsie, LVTT dot, oh, okay. I'm sure they weren't there before. I'm not sure about glass. Probably yes. It's the, oh, it compiled. Right, it compiled. If it runs, I'm committing. I'm not calling any of this code yet. Yeah, of course it doesn't. Okay. But yeah, I've done it. It's weird. You get very, very strong prints, but when I exceed this thing's thing, I can't actually be fair. I can't bend that. That's solid. But when you exceed its tolerance, it doesn't bend. It just goes crack. So it makes it very brittle, but very strong, like a diamond. Diamond is strong but brittle. When do I say? Load in progress. There we go. Really? Incidentally, by the way, reminders of things, because I should think about this. If you want to become a patron, that makes you awesome. If that's a bit too much, feel free to buy or preferably buy FortressCraft Chapter 1, what I'm working on right now, because it's going to be awesome. We do stream every night. Please do, if you're on YouTube, please hit like on the video. That really helps. If you're not following me, which I suspect you all are, please do hit follow. And to remind you, we do stream every single night. So this stops me working 20 hours a day. So we stream literally every single night. We're doing GTA 5 tonight. Valheim tomorrow. See what? Oh. There's no chance it's actually working. I mean, going to say. I'm still not sure on the grass. There does appear to be some sort of bug where the grass is transparent. But yeah, just a reminder that we do stream it every single night. So if any of you are enjoying listening to me, you're always welcome to come and join me. Right, so that does work. That's a lot of code. I've just popped in nearly 400k of code. $400k of code lifted from sneaky spaceships, which I want to get back to. I still haven't worked out my plan, whether or not I go straight back to Phoenix or whether or not I will start Phoenix from scratch or whatever. But right now, my focus is this and Eden. After those are done, I will see how I feel. I might need a break, and then I will try and get sneaky spaceships. Nomancer, fairway train out. It compiles and it runs. And oh, let's see if it's sticking. Yes, that looks really good. Not yet. No, I don't think I'm calling any of that code. All I've got is I've just ported literally 400k of code in. Now I need to work out where we should start hosting the server. Once that works, that's it. I'm done. I'm gonna stop because that is a lot of code. So, start server is called in create server. Let's console right line starting up Steam server. Now, do we call that though? We call that create or again. Let's just pop a breakpoint on there. See what's happening. It should happen now. Oh, blimey, it does. Now, I have had an awful lot of horror in my time just from this button trying to get to appear. So I create a new server transport, which should then wait for here. Says the server started. I mean, it's not. Now I pulled that sneaky spaceships. Let's just check sneaky spaceships. Or sneaky spaceships. I can also see if I can add 127.0.0.1. Oh, I have. There we go. There's no server running on this one as far as it's concerned. Oh, wow, yeah, it stores all the designs. But as far as I know, that's everything. Did that get called? Start server. So for some reason, on lobby created, it's not getting called. But I'm going to go grab a drink, and we will have a look. Right. Now, I'm not getting the on lobby created call. Now, first of all, Is Steam working? Yes.
Still streaming.
Yes. What? Now, is this a port thing? Let me have a look. WAN port forwarding. So Steam is on. Actually, what port have I got? 27016, I think. Yeah, it's Steam hosting on 1.22. Oopsie. No. Arg. That's me. Because I am forwarding port 27016 to here. And 27015. It shouldn't be that. Oh, hold on. I'm not calling the callbacks. Am I calling this? Damn it, I am. I thought it might be that I wasn't running the callbacks. That means that Steam's callbacks won't come through from to me. So we create a lobby there. And then we set a callback for that one. Is that happening? Have I had any callbacks work? Now, I know for a fact, if you start looking through the documentation of this stuff, endlessly, it is, are you pumping the callback? And people are like, nope. So I'm now waiting for Steam to come back with, we're good. We haven't actually started the server yet. No matter the message says server started. Server started are we running the callbacks? Fuck, we are. Server. I'm going to change that message. Server started and awaiting. I don't think we use ready for clients. We don't. Oh, do we call this update? Aha! So who creates us? That runs the callbacks. Getting there. Bobby created. Getting there. So I can now see a local server run. Oh. Then it died. There you go. Sort of. Sort of. And here. That's really weird. It goes, yep. And I go, oh, and it goes, no. Thank you for popping along, FortressCraft. Hopefully see you again soon. Now, we did get an NRA, which probably was bad. Server thread. So we haven't created a server thread. As I kind of just shoved all the code in. I knew I would be coming back to it. Do we need to start the server thread? A lot of this is from Unity, you see, so start server and server thread dot start. Oh, no errors. That's really weird. If I hit refresh, it finds it, and then goes, yeah. Oh no. Oh, that's loud. Oh my god. Test over Dishaka Sour. That's the name of it. Yeah, so why is it's sort of working? Steam ID here. Let's just I'm actually a bit curious why there are two as well. But they have to appear on this list. Once it appears on this list, we're all good. We are running the callbacks. We are doing that. We are connected to Steam. Probably are ready for clients. Won't have any packets available. As far as I know, it's all working. Well, apart from... Now, what I can do... log onto Steam on my other PC here and see what I think I'm doing. That makes sense. So I go to my friends list. What do I think I'm doing? Wait a moment. Hold on. Space War. Space War. Space War. Why do I think I'm playing Space War? What was Space War? 480, I think? Ha! Nope, that's... damn it. So this has now gone to Steam server. Okay, so that's good. Apart from the fact this still thinks I'm playing the other thing. Let's check. That might be an app ID. What's it called? Yeah. Right. Let's just. I don't need to be clever. Let's just fix them all. I love that it says, "Do not ship this with your game." I'm like, whatever reason not to. Someone can just pop it in. Ah, brilliant. Cool. See, from this point on, it's not too hard. Oh, boy. Now, one thing I should probably do the name. I might be able to do that. That's one thing I'm going to do. One thing I'm going to do, and then that's it. I am bang out of time. Oh, God for that. Yeah, it was, yeah, 480. Well, I'd hold your breath on that. Now, somewhere... in theory, and FortressCraft Worlds, no. Oh, no, hold on, we had this discussion. Downloads, my game. Checked games, Fortress, or my games, FortressCraft University Edition, Worlds. Is it My Awesome World? We've got the Mines of Lesseria. Yeah, so it's so this will be mgame dot mworld dot current world folder. To do sanitize. Oh, we're talking about the documentation, Steve. You can set a Steam game server to be dedicated. As I said, I can't find any of the documentation other than this sets it to be dedicated. Literally. So hopefully this should now say My Awesome World. Yeah, close enough. Well, that is a successful end to the stream, I feel. I shall tweet. Today's stream was mind-bending yet productive. Next Friday's stream plan is to get the networking festival. It should be quite straightforward. The next part is making you join it. I can already query all the servers. That's kind of inherent. So that's awesome. I'm pleased with that. So let's do a commit because that's always very important. Hold on, let's be clear. Servers now correctly register themselves with the Steam Stima, the Steam Master Server. Next step, internal browser and join requests. Now I have done most of this, so it should be quite quick. All I'm doing now, I've got the Lego out the packet. I've sorted it into piles. Now I just need to put it together. So I will be stopping the stream about now. But thank you very, very much for watching, all those of you that have. This is coming out in about 6 weeks. Thank you to all the patrons. Don't forget, I stream every night. So if you want to come and chat with me, or I've got a good idea, or you are just, quite frankly, bored of being alone at home, and you want some social contact, we are streaming every night, primarily for social contact. So come along. Depending on the game, you can probably join in. Very much depends on the game. We will be doing testing of this either next Friday or the Friday after. And if you haven't, please do like the stream on YouTube. That really helps. And if you haven't, wishlist the game. Even if you're not going to buy it, just wishlist it anyway, because Valve like it when you wishlist stuff. So I will see you tonight. I will be wearing the same t-shirt because, quite frankly, it's awesome. And thank you so much for keeping me company. And I'll put pictures of this when it's printed in the 3D printing channel on the Discord.